Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known by BrightShine. I'm right here in the city of Memphis, in the county, Sheriff, state of Tennessee. Today, it's Sunday morning, May the 21st, 2023, and the time is 7:44 a.m. First, I'm gonna say thank you to my family, my support, for their continued encouragement and support. I'm gonna continue to keep myself employed in the Memphis tri-state area and continue to further my education in Monroe College online, continue to pursue my social media study, being administrator, concentrating Martin at the present time, took a break and going to school in the very near future. I will be going back to Monroe College online and continue to pursue my social media study, being administrator, concentrating Martin. Now, what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna start my Facebook Live. Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known by BrightShine. I live right here in the city of Memphis. It's in the county, Sheriff, state of Tennessee. Today's date is Sunday morning, May the 21st, 2023. Time 7:45 a.m. First, I'm going to say thank you to my fans, my support for your continued encouragement, support, continue to keep myself employed in the Memphis tri-state area and continue to further my education in Monroe College online, continue to pursue my social media study, being administrative, concentrating Martin at the present time. I took a break for going to school. In the very near future, I'm going to go back to Monroe College online and continue to pursue my social media study, being administrative, concentrating Martin. Now, what you see in front of you, anti-gang, anti-Gnostic, anti-hazing. Also, adversus, heresies, translated mean against heresies. Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyons, together with Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch, they wrote a 5-volume book, and the book was titled Adversus Heresies, translated mean against heresies, refuting Gnosticism, proving that Gnosticism was a heresy. Also, Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, in the year 367 AD, in his 39th festal letter, Easter letter, banned all non-Christian writing. That Nehemiah library that the little farm boy found out while he was outside playing, then gave it to his father. His father didn't really know what to do with what his son had found while he was outside playing. But eventually, the scholars at all the colleges and universities around the world found out about what this man had gave to the scholars that his little son had found while he was outside playing. Some leftover Gnostic writings that didn't get destroyed by Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, and other bishops in the Catholic Church in the year 367 AD. Some leftover Gnostic writing. Some leftover heresy. Also, Saint Epiphanius of Salome, the Bishop of Cyprus, wrote a 3-volume book titled Panarian Greek, Panarian Latin, translated mean bread basket. Scholars have also said that Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, 3-volume book is also Adversus Heresies, against heresies. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Esoteric and exoteric. Esoteric and exoteric. Esoteric. Then break it down into syllables. S-O-Ter-ic. Esoteric. Now break it down into syllables. S-O-Ter-ic. Exoteric. You got to break it down to syllables. X-O-Ter-ic. Exoteric. Break it down to syllables. X-O-Ter-ic. Excuse me. The Almighty Vice Lord, Four Corner Hustle. The Almighty Black Prince Stone. The Almighty Black Disciple, Poppin'. The Almighty Mickey Cole, Cracking. The Almighty the Bluefin, Black Disciples. Black Disciples. The Lord Stone Disciples, 7-Eleven, G Killer. Gangster Disciple Killer, GD Killer. Glazed Donut Killer. The Goofy Killers. See, the Goofy had the audacity to try to walk around in the city of Chicago, in the state of Illinois. And try to go against the almighty Vice Lord. See, Evan Pepperlo Perry. Like I said, Evan Pepperlo Perry. And also Leonard Kyle Calloway. They was in the reformatory together. And as you know, Leonard Kyle Calloway was in the neighborhood. He was in one of them Imperial chaplains. And so Pep wanted to get in with the Imperial chaplain. And Cal was his friend, and of course, as you know the story, what's his name? Big John was the leader of the chaplain. He was talking about he didn't want no he didn't want no punk motherfuckers, and also while they was in the while Pep and Cal was in the reformatory, They clicked up with Ernest Wren. He was also Imperial Chaplain. And they got together with Toho, Ralph Bonds, Maurice Miller, and so on and so forth. And so these little boys, these young men, you know, in the beginning they didn't even have a name. But Pep decided he wanted to have a name, especially since the boy was already running an important job there. So this is what they did. So the boys, while they was in the reformatory, they was having meetings and so on and so forth. Then they came up with a name. Now Wren, being part of this thing, said something about the conservative lords. But Pep wanted a different last name, but decided to keep the conservative part of the name. The Vice Lord name was created by Pep. After he looked up in the dictionary, that vice meant to have a tight grip on something and not let go. Then, of course, they would be lords. The idea from Wren and Cal was to be called Imperial Vice Lords, to pay tribute to the gang that each of them belonged to, and that Pep had previously worked hard to join up with. But now Pep had a vendetta against Big John and the chaplains and wanted nothing to do with them. So conservative Vice Lord was the chosen name. See? And then you try to make it sound like that glazed donut, that goofy, like you talking about something. Like you saying something that me and everybody else got to listen to. You ain't saying nothing that I got to listen to or anybody else got to listen to. See, we got to the root of the problem. The demiurge. Talking about some Gnosticism. Talking about some rejecting knowledge. And when it comes to this so-called Gnostic nonsense about this demiurge, get straight to the point. Plato and the Timaeus. We're going to get to it. We got a YouTube video. Plato as the speaker, Timaeus, or Timaeus, refers to the demiurge frequently in the Socratic dialogue. We on Wikipedia. In 367 BC, before Christ, the main character refers to the demiurge as the entity who fashioned and shaped the material world. Timaeus describes the demiurge as reservedly benevolent, and so it desires a world as good as possible. Plato's work, Timaeus, is a philosophical reconciliation of Hesiod's cosmology and his theogony, syncretically reconciling Hesiod to Homer. Get straight to the point. Now, like I said, we online and we over here on Wikipedia just to get straight to the point. Like I said, we over here on Wikipedia and we just want to get straight to the point about this book that Plato wrote before the first century. Before the first century. And Plato was a student of Socrates. Make sure we want to make sure when you talk about something, the information that he's talking about, being that he was a student of Socrates, this information is very, very old. Very old. The demiurge. Now I'm going to scroll down. Like I said, we're going to get straight to the point. The synopsis of Timaeus or Timaeus account. Nature of the physical world. Timaeus or Timaeus begins with the distinction between the physical world and the eternal world. The physical one is the world which changes and perishes. Therefore, it is the object of opinion and unreasoned sensation. The eternal one never changes. Therefore, it is apprehended by reason. Scroll. Purpose of the universe. Timaeus continues with an explanation of the creation of the universe, which he ascribes to the handiwork of a divine craftsman. The demiurge, being good, wanting there to be as much good as was the world. The demiurge is said to bring order out of substance by imitating an unchanging and eternal model. Paradigm, the anarchy, often translated as necessity, was the only other coexisting element or present in Plato's cosmogony. Later, Platonists clarified that the eternal model existed in the mind of the demiurge. Get straight to the point.
son of Timaeus. And he was blind. Presumably because he was blind, he couldn't get a job.
This fact was reported by Plato in his dialogue with Timaeus.
It turns out that God does not exist. On
Holds one of his own books, the Timaeus.
And Aristotle holds his book, the Ethics.
And both of those books represent the contrast.
Son of Timaeus. Bar meaning son of Timaeus. And he was blind. Presumably because he was blind, he couldn't get a job.
This fact was reported by Plato in his dialogue with Timaeus.
it turns out that God does not exist. On Platonism, there may be a demiurge, such as is featured in Plato's.
And argues for rule by a philosopher king instead of democracy, and Timaeus, in which Socrates talks about the nature of
pronunciation of your name?
What happens when the prostate enlarges and the urine channel gets tight? If you have an enlarged
Timaeus. 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 Timaeus.
Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus.
So we were getting the pronunciation of Plato's book, the title of his book. Getting the pronunciation of Plato's book, the title. You was hearing there's more than one pronunciation. You was hearing Timaeus and Timaeus. So Plato's book, look, the pronunciation, like I say, there's more than one pronunciation. Timaeus and Timaeus. Like I say, we get straight to the point. But see, conservative vice lord. See, when you get into the history of the city of Chicago, it goes back to the early 1900s as well as into the 1800s, really American history, world history. When you come into the early 1900s, late 1800s, the end of the Civil War, Reconstruction, and the things that the Union did to bring the United States back, Reconstruction Bill, federal troops was stationed throughout the Confederacy, former Confederate states. And there was a lot of violence after the Civil War, but eventually federal troops left. You know, some kind of deal that the political parties made. But you know, there was a lot of good things came out of the Reconstruction bill. The Freedmen's Bureau was one of, and a lot of other things that was, including the federal troops. Start seeing former slave black men voting. And because of the Freedmen's Bureau, public education, and things of that nature. You know, we know about the Dred Scott court case, as well as another court case, Plessy versus Ferguson. And all this about Jim Crow and things of that nature. You come into the early 1900s. A lot of former slaves, were born around that time, around the Civil War, 1860, 1861, 1862, 1863, 1864, 1865. Because the war ended in 1865, that year. The year 1865, we don't go around months. But the end of slavery ended in the year 1865. We already know about different times that slavery is ended. Slavery, as well as the Civil War, ended in 1865. There was a lot of children born during that period of time. And when they growed up, they were born slave, then became free. Those children, parents, were born in slavery. Then they became free. But the children born during that period of time, for example, like Plessy. Homer Plessy, the court case, he was born a slave around 1862, 1863, somewhere around there. But he lived all the way up to the early 1900s. There was a lot of people just like him, born in slavery between 1860 and 1865. They lived during that period of time when the war had ended. Their parents were slaves, carried the scars of slavery on their bodies. And now they were free. Plessy, like a lot of people, like I said, born in slavery, they lived all the way up to the early 1900s. And we talking about the migration to the city of Chicago. Now, there was a few people migrating around, not just to the city of Chicago, but to other places, to Missouri, to Iowa, to Minnesota, to Wisconsin, to Indiana, to Michigan, to Ohio, so on and so forth. Leaving the South and going somewhere else, as well as going out west. As the United States continued to expand, you had more black/African Americans leaving southern states, not only going north, but with this expansion out west, they were going that direction as well. The migration to the north. Then you come into the early 1900s. This migration to these northern states into the city of Chicago. Then you're talking about this gang. This thing, what they call a gang. Now we know that in the dictionary the word gang means go. It's a German word. It really means go. Then they added at the end of gang as well as mob. And when you talk about what the word mob means, some kind of hat for a woman. Then they added STER on the end of gang as well as mob, and said gang plus stir and mob plus stir. So you're coming to that thing, the early 1900s. Now it's been around. Started over there in Europe. Come over here to the New World, what they call the New World, and the United States of America with this gang mob. You got all these black/African American former slaves, the majority of black/African American who were former slaves, were uneducated, unlearned, illiterate. Now, the Reconstruction Bill, the Freedmen's Bureau did try with public education, try to educate children whose parents were slaves. And now you got all these children being put in public education, as well as the parents, trying to teach them how to read, write, do math, and so on and so forth. All this about migration from the south to the north, to the city of Chicago. And this whole thing about this gang mob in the city of Chicago, the Dirty Sheets and the Wailing Sheepers. Now they outlasted others. They outlasted others. The Dirty Sheets and the Wailing Sheepers. Now, the discovery of the Nagamon Library, some leftover Gnostic writing that didn't get destroyed in the year 367 AD by Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, and the other bishops in the Catholic Church. They had virtually collected all that Gnostic writing from them Gnostic theologians, collected it and destroyed it, except a few copies of that Gnostic writing that got buried. Whoever that person was took some of that Gnostic writing, wrapped it in some papyrus paper, put it in a jar, and buried it in Nagamon East. The little farm boy, nobody told that man to tell his son to go out and look for no Gnostic writing. Nobody on earth was looking for that leftover Gnostic writing. The Catholic Church had already made it clear about Gnosticism. It's a heresy. The same thing they did with Protestantism. They proved that Martin Luther, as well as others, was a heretic. And so, in 1945, discovering the Nagamon Library, scholars at the colleges and universities around the world, they found out about this information that the little farm boy had found and gave to his father, and eventually the scholars at the colleges and universities around the world. They found out about it. People have been taking that Nagamon Library, misusing it, and using it to victimize men, women, and children, to be self-destructive and destructive, destroying nature, wildlife, as well as the environment, including the North Pole and the South Pole, in addition to outer space, with all this space junk. You go around lying saying things about the demiurge. The Gnostics have been lying about any and everything. Because that's what they do. They lie. They take information and distort it. They take the verses out of the Holy Bible and distort it. They lie. That was the glazed donut. That was the goofy. That was the so-called gangster disciples do. They lie. They tried to use the Nagamon library. The dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers. The oldest significant black street gangs in Chicago were the Dirty Sheiks and the Wailing Sheepers. They date back to the early 20th century, before the year 1927, on the south side of Chicago. As I already stated before, they outlasted others. These two gangs often acted as syndicates and fought against other black gangs or even white gangs. They outlasted them. In the early 1940s, this is the same period of time when the Nag Hammadi Library had been discovered in Nag Hammadi, Egypt, by the little farm boy, had migrated to the Maxwell Street Market area of the near West Side neighborhood to assist newly arrived black Southerners facing terrible discrimination as they settled along Homestead Street. At that same period of time, members of the Dirty Sheiks and the Wailing Sheepers created the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers along Halstead Street. Around the 1950s, the Clovers and the Chaplains migrated to the North Lawndale. See, during this period of time, this one of them scholars at the college and university with this Nag Hammadi Library talking about the demiurge. going around lying. The sororities and fraternities at the colleges and universities, the sohos and the frat bitches, going around lying about the demiurge. See? There wasn't no reason for nobody to even waste their time worrying about no narcissism, some rejected knowledge. Before the first century, the so-called Gnostics, talking about gnosis. Plato was a student of Socrates. This is before the first century. And again, Plato wrote a book titled, pronunciation, Timaeus or Timaeus. And again, get straight to the point. In that book, it's a dialogue talking about the demiurge, who's a good God, desired a world that was good. The Gnostic took that information and distorted it. The Catholic Church, Roman Catholic Church, Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church, Oriental Orthodox Catholic Church, all Catholic churches. Gnosticism is a heresy, just like Protestantism is a heresy. Now, again, get straight to the point. All right. Get straight to the point. In the year 1962, 1963, as the Vice Lords abandoned their syndicate operation after Glenn Miller was killed, older members spent much of their time in bars, drinking a lot, while young members ran the streets, small time, hustling and gang banging. During this time, while the Vice Lord was starting to slip a little and only focused on Egyptian cobras, a Vice Lord named Eugene Brown broke off and formed his own gang called the Roman Saints. The Saints became very popular, but the Vice Lords were always tougher, causing the Saints to team up with the Cobras. But it didn't do the Saints much good, as the Vice Lords still had their number. In the year 1964, the Vice Lord began to go through changes. The organization now numbered in the thousands. It was now impossible for Pip and the top leader to control the whole organization. This is when Pip stepped down as the active leader at age 21 to spend more time with his family. He was still acting as a behind the scene leader, but he was not the main man anymore. It was decided one night to go in the pool room. The 29-year-old Alfred would take over the role. Alfred joined the Vice Lord very late in life, not joining until he moved to Chicago from another state. 1962, at age 27. Now at age 29, he would become the new leader. The Vice Lord looked up to Alfred as he was charismatic, tough, and quick-tempered. Alfred would do activity with the Lords, taking them places, spending money on them. He took them on field trips and even helped young Lords get jobs and make a little money. In 1964, Vice Lord began hanging out on the south side of the city with the Blackstone Rangers. As the two organizations formed a tight alliance. Rangers founder Jeff Ford and Eugene Harrison were related to Vice Lord leaders Leonard Calloway and Bobby Gore. So this is what got them acquainted to begin with. But now Vice Lord was making more of a presence out there and helped the Rangers as much as they could. In 1964, as I said earlier, the Vice Lord was so large it became impossible for even great leaders like Alfonso Apple or Edwin Perry to directly lead all these young lords all over the West Side. For the first year from 1958 to 1964, the Vice Lord didn't really claim certain territory. They simply moved about the West Side and terrorized any other gangs away from trying to establish certain territory. It was finally in 1964 that the conservative Vice Lords established a set piece of territory at the intersection of 16th Street and Lawndale. In the North Lawndale neighborhood, this became their headquarters. This was, of course, only the headquarters of the conservative Vice Lord, but not the whole Vice Lord nation. As now, the Vice Lord nation was divided into different factions starting in 1964. Ugly Frank started the Traveler Vice Lord brand. Billy Washington started the Congress Vice Lord. Cupid, Dino, Shane, and Black Bullock created the Warlords. Another group was the Renegade Vice Lord and City Vice Lord of 16th Street. There were the Kizai, Albany Terrible Vice Lords, Cermak Vice Lord, Conservative Village Vice Lord on Pulaski Road, Seven Crown Syndicate Vice Lord located in K-Town, Cicero Vice Lord of Cicero Avenue, but not until 1968. Independence Vice Lord, Lake Street Vice Lord, Madison Vice Lord, Chocolate Corner Vice Lord, Ambrose Vice Lord, Black Orpheus Vice Lord, Invisible Vice Lord, Maypool Vice Lord, Jackson Vice Lord, rest in peace Douglas Ridgeway Vice Lord, 12th Street Vice Lord, 15th Street Vice Lord, 16th Street Vice Lord, Village Vice Lord, the Player Vice Lord, and of course, the Conservative Vice Lord, bringing a total to 26 different factions of Vice Lord created in 1964. All these groups operated individually. Many of them didn't even know who Alfonso Alva even was. There were now Vice Lord groups located in the near west side community living in the ABL projects, Rockwell Garden Project, and the Henry Homer Homes. In the mid-1960s, Vice Lord had settled alongside black migration in the uptown neighborhood. The other big event of the 1964 happened in July of that year when Evan Perry, Bobby Gore, Alfonso Leonard Calloway, and J.W. were hanging out on 16th Street, drinking bottles of wine and throwing the bottles into vacant lots and streets. Younger Vice Lords were coming around that night talking about smashing rival gangs that were already beaten to a pulp. Some of those gangs were already asking for mercy to not take any more punishment, but there was nothing else to do in the neighborhood but be big and bad. This is until the older guys came up with an idea based upon how they were seeing the destruction and damage they had caused in the community. The guys decided on an idea after some debating to go about opening legitimate business and working to better the community. This was a major breakthrough for the Vice Lords, and on that night, they became conservative Vice Lords again. The first order of business was for the Vice Lords to put a stop to the mayhem around them. Vice Lords worked as mediators to stop violence and put an end to gang wars. Vice Lords even stopped fighting with the Egyptian Cobras, which allowed Vice Lords to move into the K-Town section of the North Lawndale neighborhood west of Pulaski Road, and thus allowed them mobility to make into to move into the West Garfield Park community. Vice Lords acted as kind of like police or guardian angels watching over businesses and people in the neighborhood. Some harm would not come. The challenge of all this was the police still had a negative outlook on the Vice Lords, and young men still felt the despair of not having opportunity to succeed. That still led them to crime. The Vice Lords knew the best thing they needed on the west side was its own economy with businesses that could invest in the community and bring employment for youth. This part of the city was barren and was a complete slum due to extreme economic poverty. Without revenue generating businesses, not enough city tax dollars could go into renovation and maintenance to the neighborhood, leaving the area deteriorated. In the year 1965, George T. Sims Jr. was appointed commander of the Fillmore District and the first black commander of that district as well. The older Vice Lords used this opportunity to their advantage to further their new direction. The Vice Lord leaders wanted to speak with Sims, informing him about their new direction and for suggestions to steer youth away from crime and gang banging. After this, the streets of North Lawndale slowly began to improve. In the year 1966, the vice lords, new cause was bringing in more positive attention as they began to work very closely with Egyptian cobras, black peace stones, and black disciples on bettering their community and putting an end to violence. In the summer of that year, Martin Luther King came to Chicago and stayed in North Lawndale to help protest during the West Side riots of 1966. Martin Luther King planned a march through the mostly white areas of the South Side of Chicago in protest. The vice lords, disciples, and stones were ready to march alongside Dr. King, but after a remark was overheard from one of King's men that they didn't need gangbangers to help, Evan Perry gave one quick signal with his hand, and all the gang dispersed and withdrew aid. Later that night, Dr. King summoned Evan Perry, Bobby Gore, and a few other leaders to where he was staying and told him he didn't back their statement about not needing the gangs for support. Instead, he expressed that he needed them, and after that, the vice lords and their allies marched alongside Dr. King. After this march, the vice lords started to get major attention that summer, as groups were coming to North Lawndale to speak to the vice lords and admire their progress. The Deacons of Defense, RAM, ACT, and examples came to meet the vice lords, and this is what got the ball rolling. Everyone could come meet the vice lords at the new clubhouse that opened a little earlier that year at 3655 West 16th Street. The older vice lords scrapped all the money they got from hustling over the years and pooled it all together to open this pool room. This became the first legitimate conservative vice lord building in history. And it was made possible by vice lord members' hard-earned money and not government grants, but the grants were soon to come. Leading off the new year of 1967, Chicago area was sacked with horrible snowstorm and blinding blizzard that left much of the city buried. This blizzard was so bad that cars couldn't even move about in the city, which provided a perfect lawless environment for young vice lords. In the mid-60s, older vice lords struggled to contain the younger lords, and this blizzard made it much worse, as now the young lords had a blast ripping off one store after another, stealing, looting, and burglarizing the Jewish-owned businesses. Some of the older vice lords even got in on the action. The problem was it drew negative attention to the vice lords and drove out more business owners out of the neighborhood even after the winter was over. This brought negative attention. But this negative attention turned into a positive, as now Commander Sim was concerned that the summer of 1967 would become a repeat of the summer of 66. Commander Sim, he arranged a meeting with vice lord leaders to discuss how to prevent chaos. At this meeting will also be David Dawley from Newbury, Massachusetts, of the Transitory Corporation, who was sent to 11 cities across the nation to investigate working with impoverished areas and conducting research. Dawley's research was key to the government decision or other organizations linked to the government granting money to the vice lords. David Dawley moved to North Lawndale and lived on these streets among vice lords. Dawley interviewed vice lords all over the neighborhood and helped the conservative vice lord form Operation Bootstrap, which was a coalition of conservative vice lords, Egyptian cobras, and Roman saints that were geared toward working with West Side major corporations to prevent riots that summer that would cost these companies millions of dollars. These companies bootstrap work with work, Sears Roebuck, Russell Steel, Illinois Bell, Western Electric, and others. During that summer, vice lords, cobras, and saints policed the neighborhood and broke up gang meetings and even stopped the Black Panthers from creating a plan to destroy businesses and began looting. There were challenges that summer, and scandals rocked the city and the nation that could have easily triggered more rioting, but the conservative vice lords led Operation Bootstrap stopped the violence because they had a bigger plan in mind. Before the summer of 1967, Alderman George Collins promised that if the vice lord would keep riots off the streets that summer, he would help conservative vice lord open an ice cream parlor. As the summer progressed, not only did vice lord prevent rioting, they even set up division within themselves that dealt with education, law, order, and justice. On September 11, 1967, Alderman Collins lived up to his promise and incorporated Conservative Vice Lord Incorporated as a non-profit organization and began opening a storefront at 16th and Lawndale, which brought the opening of Teen Town later. David Dawley had just submitted his report in November to the Trans Century Corporation, which is a major piece to convince the federal government to give money to Conservative Vice Lord Incorporated. David was then trying to get the Rockefeller Foundation to fund the $15,000 teen town needed to open, which should have been simple due to the fact it didn't need major committee approval. After several negotiations with the YMCA and bootstrap, the money was at last granted in February of 1968 and Teen Town opened on April 4th, 1968. YMCA acted as an auditor for all monies Conservative Vice Lord would receive to make sure the gang used the money in the places they promised to use it. But Conservative Vice Lord leaders need to make it clear that the YMCA was not to get the money directly and then give it to CVL. Also, CVL wanted to assure that Bootstrap was a separate organization and not to get the funds either. Sadly, on the same day Teen Town opened and the big announcement was to go after assassination of Martin Luther King, quickly stole the headlines and diverted attention away from this colossal moment. To make matters worse, rioting went on uncontrollably on the west side as everything burned. Vice Lord decided not to partake in the rioting as an organization, but they did nothing to stop it like they did in the summer of 1967. The store owners never showed any gratitude for the previous summer, so Vice Lord just stayed out and let all burn while they protected Teen Town and the pool hall. Rioters only targeted white-owned business anyway, and after the riots, white business owners stopped doing business in the area. The Vice Lords opened a relief station right after the riots at 3700 West 16th Street to pass out food and supply to hundreds of families affected by the rioting. Now, I had to scroll a little bit. Even though Mayor Daley was not on board, CVL still came across more grant money in the years of 1968 and 1969. Of course, the best form of help would have needed to come from the city itself, but for now, grants from several private and smaller federal programs would have to do. Grants came in from the Field Foundation for $25,000, $130,000 from the Ford Foundation, $36,000 from the Department of Labor, and $60,000 from West Clement Stone. The money was used to open multiple legitimate companies and community centers. The businesses were Teen Town at 3700 West 16th Street, the African Line at 3702 West 16th Street, the House of Lords at 3724 West 16th Street, and one at 3414 West 15th Street, Art and Soul at 3742 West 16th Street, Tasty Freeze at 18th and Pulaski, and California and Flirting. Simone, which was a business venture with Sammy Davis Jr. for African American women's beauty products, Westside Community Development Center, Management Training Institute, Street Academy, Tenants Rights Action Group, Art and Soul Youth Organization United. Vice Lords took part in programs to beautify the neighborhood, rehabbing buildings, removing trash, and planting gardens. Vice Lords also became educated on tenants' rights, working on a non-for-profit basis as they successfully fought legal battles against crooked landlords, forcing landlords to provide better tenancy and to push back on unfair evictions. Vice Lords were also working to bring more employment within the community so people in the neighborhood didn't have to commute too far away. Places such as out in the suburbs, having employment locally could also provide more equal pay. I had to scroll a little bit. It got to the point in the late 19th century where North Lawndale residents could walk the streets wearing jewelry and other valuables without any fear of being attacked as Vice Lord now not only refrained from violent behavior against the community, they also acted as the police in the area, making sure residents were safe. Not all Vice Lords were on board with this, but for the most part, all the North Lawndale conservative Vice Lords were all about this positive direction. And most of the criminal elements in the Vice Lord exist in other neighborhoods or within other branches of the nation. The newspapers lit up with headlines talking about how the Vice Lord had changed and were now working toward new goals, and once a gang of killers and hooligans now had become a community organization. Despite all the hard work, there was still an overall negative perception on gangs in general, and this was amplified by Mayor Richard J. Daley, that preached about this war on gangs in 1969. The Vice Lord was classified as a gang, and the city would take a blanket approach to all gangs, not just some. This was a damaging attitude for the Vice Lord, as it also clumped Vice Lord organization with the operation of the Black Peace Stone that were under heavy investigation in 1969 for misuse of government funding. It is true that the federal government ended up gathering evidence against the Black Peace Stone. However, much of the funding the Stone received was still going to good use, just not at all of it. No matter how you look at it, the money filtering to the Stone helped the community and helped Southside black youth as youth centers were open, businesses that provided jobs, GED programs, and job training centers helped save many youths on the south side of Chicago. But the illegal endeavors were highlighted above all and became a big part of Mayor Daley's war on gang. The Vice Lord was dipping into some of the type of funding source as the Stones, and were even opening the same type of businesses and being a black street gang like the Stones, just got them swept under the same category as the Stones. When the investigation began and concluded, CVL Incorporated funding was eventually cut off, and the Vice Lord was left with nothing, even though Not a single vice lord was convicted of an overall conspiracy to use funding for illegal endeavors like the Stones were convicted of. Did a little scrolling here. Now, other problems with funding were that the city had already allocated funding to the west side, but every dollar was controlled by city officials that were not in touch with what the community truly needed to rehab itself. Because CVL Incorporated had all the knowledge of how to spend funding in the best way to provide the maximum effect on the community, but instead, pleas to the city fell on deaf ears. The funding that was received was often mishandled and mismanaged by other groups, such as Bootstrap, which caused lots of confusion and frustrations. Sometimes funding will fall into the hands of less educated vice lords that mismanaged the funds and paid themselves a salary that didn't fit into the CVL agenda. Once again, this was called by money going to where it shouldn't, even if it was within CVL. It would go to the wrong part of CVL against CVL leadership instructions. Let me scroll. Now, I had to scroll just a little bit. What time is it? Okay, yeah. Vice lords continue to attempt positive changes in the years of 1969 and 1973. As reports of members committing violent crime now began to take back over the newspaper in the early 1970s. Conservative Vice Lord Incorporated still kept going and kept its charter in the early 1970s. CVLs also worked with Black P. Stone and Black Gangster Disciples with the LSD Coalition or Lord Stones and Disciples. The LSD Coalition heavily advocated for employment rights for Black Chicagoans until it ended in 1973. Between the year 1964 through 1969, the Vice Lords were mainly only in the newspaper for their positive leadership on the streets and the programs they were getting involved in. Only a few times were they in the negative spotlight during these years. The worst case was that of Edward Taylor, a conservative Vice Lord member convicted of murdering a nun in 1969. The execution of Vice Lord had started a murder for hire bid in 1969 and a shooting with the Roman Saints in 1966, along with some other small stories, was just about all that made the papers in a negative light in these years. Once Bobby Gore was convicted of murder and David Dolly moved back east and the spotlight was back on the Vice Lord began to engage in criminal behavior. Original member and co-founder Leonard Calloway was convicted of murder in 1970, taking down another CVL leader. In 1972, CVL leader Kenneth Goat Park was convicted of possessing and using stolen U.S. Treasury checks, which was another conviction that really hurt CVL reputation. During the year 1972, the Vice Lord was still working with Egyptian code to prevent war, so there was still some positive action going on from CVL. CVL Incorporated was still active as of 1972. Many other headlines of Vice Lord committing crime and murder were carried out by other branches like Unknown Vice Lord, Traveling Vice Lord, and Cicero Vice Lord, but CVL violent crime was much less, and they still struggled to maintain order as the new heroin epidemic was beginning to take over the west side of Chicago in these years. Youths were beginning to partake in the heroin trade as it was putting money in the pockets of desperate west side youth, and as the influence of CVL Incorporated was slowly fading. In the early 1970s, more youth were getting involved in heroin. Conservative Vice Lords of North Lawndale did not involve themselves in the heroin trade, but the other branches of the overall vice lord nation were getting involved. And this was the year where distinguishing between the different factions became very important. Now I'm going to hold up there. See, it's important that you tell the truth, that you expose those whose intentions were not positive but negative, such as that gummit. The Supreme Gangster. It was at the tip of my tongue. The Supreme Gangster. You have to expose them. See, it's important that we make it clear. Make it very clear that Nehemiah library, that was the reason it was a change. The Nehemiah library, people all over the world, found out about the Nehemiah library. Here in the United States of America, as well as other places around the world. People in academia, the sororities and fraternities. Now let's make this clear about this rejected knowledge. We know that this rejected knowledge, such as, for example, Freemasonry. Now, let me give you an example of this rejected knowledge. I'm going to give you a real good example. When you talk about Freemasonry here in the United States of America, and you see all these black/African Americans, we finna tell the truth. We're going to tell the truth about this Western esotericism, this Western mystery tradition. We're going to tell the truth. The majority of black/African Americans were denied education, first of all, because of slavery. Now, after the Civil War, the Reconstruction Bill was in place, was passed, the Freedmen's Bureau. Now, let's tell the truth. Now, we know the Ku Klux Klan was started by who? The Freemasons. The Ku Klux Klan was started by some veteran of the Confederate Army. And they were Masons. They were Freemasons. Now, all this going around being violent. It wasn't a gang. It was the Ku Klux Klan. Some Freemasons. Oh, yeah. It was some uneducated, unlettered, black/African American talking about they was a Mason. You couldn't even pronounce Mason. You didn't even know the meaning of Mason. Or being free. Oh, yeah. Tell the truth. And then when it comes to this spiritism, that's the same damn thing. You got people walking around talking about they having a seance. See, the oppressor, white Europeans, they doing all this nonsense around uneducated, unlearned black/African Americans. And when it comes to the occult, it's the same thing. Now, if you speak Spanish or Portuguese, you speak Latin, black / African American, you speak Latin, the occult. For example, Santeria. For example, voodoo. Tell the truth about this rejected knowledge. See, this was going on before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library, as well as Gnosticism. Because when black / African Americans at these historically black colleges and universities teaching about Gnosticism, so you have to tell the truth. Being that more in the early 1900s, more black men and women going to these historical black college universities, and around that same time, what was going on? It was something that was going on. Socialism, communism, capitalism. In the late 1800s, early 1900s. You start seeing people like Paul Robeson talking about communism, socialism. He wasn't the only one. You had black / African American men and women talking about capitalism, socialism, communism. Early 1900s. See, we have to tell the truth. We have to tell the truth. Excuse me. See, these are the things that people try to do to influence, get masses of people to listen to be influenced by. See? It's important. See, once we expose the liars, then you see all the good work that the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheiks were doing for civil rights, for human rights. The older vice lords, Evan Pepelo Perry, and the other older vice lord, trying to make a change, a positive change. See, it wasn't no reason for nobody to be walking around talking about no supreme gangster. Didn't nobody need to hear nothing you had to say. All that is the Nagamon Library. That's what that is. You ain't gonna never get away. Never. You ain't gonna never get away. Never. I told your ass last year. I told you. And I'm showing you. You ain't gonna never get away. Never. Never. It ain't no place in Chicago or anywhere else for you. And then in addition to that, see, when you lie, that's the same thing out there in California, in Los Angeles, in the city of Los Angeles. You ain't doing them lying. talking about a damn Crip gang, and then talking about the Blood gang. It's all based on a lie. And see, the Black Princeton Bloods, they already know. They ain't doing them a line. There wasn't no need for you to do that. See, when you lie about the Nagamon Library, it wasn't no need for you to say a damn thing. All that migration to Chicago, it wasn't no need for nobody to say a damn thing. Nothing. Didn't need to hear nothing you had to say. You ain't gonna never get away either. I done told your ass. I told your ass last year. You ain't gonna get away. And I'm showing you. You ain't gonna never get away. Never. Never. And see all the vice lords walking around and all the factions, the conservative vice lord and the factions. See, this is what's being pushed from this point on. And that you ain't gonna never get away with trying to lie. Because goddamn it, the dirty sheets and the wailing sheep didn't do anything wrong. You ain't gonna never get away with that. Never. You ain't gonna never get away. You ain't gonna never get away with lying. Never. The dirty sheets and the wailing sheep wasn't doing anything wrong. They were trying to help black people. They were trying to help African Americans. But some goddamn people were lying with the Nagamon Library. Talking about some damn narcissism. You ain't gonna never get away with it. Never. Never. Conservative Vice Lord Incorporated. See, Conservative Vice Lord was talking about bootstrap. Conservative Vice Lord Incorporated didn't have no reason to end either. They were doing what was right. They were doing what was good. They were doing positive things. But it ain't necessary that you got to depend on any government, the federal, state, and local government, for no Conservative Vice Lord Incorporated. See, it's just like you just read. It was what them men and women that were vice lord did. They took their hard-earned money and pooled it together. That's what the vice lord did. They took their hard-earned money and pooled their money together to do positive things in the community. You ain't gonna never get away with lying. Never. I done already, conservative vice lord, they'll see my video. No goddamn well. You were lying. Talking about some damn narcissism. Talking about the demiurge. You lying. Wasn't no need for that. And talking about some supreme gangsters. You ain't gonna never get away. Never. All these factions walking around. They done showed your ass over and over again. The unknown vice lord, traveling vice lord, Cicero vice lord, Undertaker vice lord, renegade vice lord, mafia insane vice lord, all the goddamn vice lord. They done showed your ass. You ain't gonna never get away. Never. Then the Black Princeton. They ain't finna have that. You ain't finna never get away with that. Lying. You ain't gonna never get away with lying. Because all the vice lords gonna be walking around. And then when it comes to the black disciples, you ain't gonna never get away with lying. You ain't gonna never get away. See, it's a chain reaction. It's gonna be a chain reaction. You ain't gonna never get away. Then the black souls and Latin souls, see everybody. It's gonna be everybody. It's gonna be all of my people. And then all the folks, then it's going to be a chain reaction. You ain't going to never get away. Never. It's going to be the same thing for that damn Crip shit and that damn blood shit. You ain't going to never get away. Never. People all over the United States going to be saying the same goddamn thing. That you've been lying. Don't nobody give a damn about you. You gonna be walking your ass around thinking somebody a crip in a blood. I'm telling you, man. I see what's coming. I know what's coming. They gonna kill your ass. People gonna come to Los Angeles looking for your ass and gonna come up there to kill you. Gonna come right out there to California, Los Angeles, and kill you. You ain't gonna never get away with lying. Never. Especially damn hoes. I'm telling you right now, ain't none of these damn hoes gonna get away walking their ass around. Running off at the mouth. I'm just being honest. You know goddamn well, ain't none of these goddamn hoes finna get away with talking about you lying. Talking about some damn demiurge. Gonna get your ass killed. That's all there is to it. And these bitches walking around, you ain't gonna get away with it, man. See, when I say things, I already knew this. I told your ass last year and the year before that you weren't gonna never get away. See, it's a lot of recruitment going on. There's a lot of recruitment at the elementary school, at the junior high school, in the high school. You ain't gonna never get away because I ain't gonna let you. And that's gonna be the point of view of the vice lord. They ain't gonna let you. Ain't no damn way in hell you supposed to be walking around saying nothing like that. You ain't gonna never get away. Never. Never. See, when I leave my video, the vice lord, conservative vice lord, and all the vice lord facts, they know goddamn well that what I'm saying is true. I just read it. They can read the same damn thing. They know where I'm reading from. They know damn well, man, that when you lie, that applies to everybody. It ain't just a conservative vice lord. That pertains to everybody. What the hell you doing walking around lying? Talking about some damn demiurge. That's the end of the conversation. There ain't nothing else to talk about. What you've been taught and the way you've been taught. You don't go around lying, man. Talking about some demiurge. When I leave my video, I made it perfectly clear. When the conservative vice lord look down here in Memphis, Tennessee, they see me walking around. Excuse me. Hell, I ain't hard to find. I ain't going nowhere. I'm just going to work Monday through Friday. I ain't been having to work on weekends like I was at first. But still, you don't get away with lying. That's made perfect clear. That's already I already addressed it. See, it's time right now. It's for the vice lord to address this point of view. What the hell you doing going around lying? Talking about some demiurge. That's the end of that, man. And talking about some supreme gangster. See, now they know. See, all the vice lords gonna be saying the same thing. You should have never got away this long. And from this point on, it ain't no such thing as getting away, especially in Chicago. Because conservative vice lord incorporated, when we was talking about bootstrap, it's coming back. It's coming back. And they ain't got to depend on no federal government, no state government, no local government. They ain't got to depend on, they showed you. Evan Pebble Perry and the older vice, they showed you what to do. Pull your goddamn money together. They showed you what to do. They done done it. And goddamn it can be done again. Conservative Vice Law Incorporated is coming back. The concept of bootstrap is still alive. It's still alive. It's going to be revitalized. Excuse me. It applies to Black Princeton, Black Disciples. I already told you, man. When you try to lie, all the other folks, you don't get away with lying, man. You can't walk no, you can't go no damn well when people are already telling you that it was wrong what you done. They're gonna want to kill your ass. I've been saying this the whole time. I want to kill you. When I think about my dad and my mama, no man, you ain't finna never tell me that you trying to nag my library. Don't go behind my daddy back. Don't go behind my mama back. No man, no. You ain't finna never tell me. No, I ain't finna hear that. Never. I ain't gonna never hear that. But see, that's the point. That's what you supposed to say. That's what a man's supposed to say. You ain't finna disrespect my dad and my mama. No, hell no. Tell me you gonna victimize my dad and my mom? Hell no. That ain't right. That's not right. That ain't what you supposed to be doing. You ain't supposed to be going behind Evan Pepperlo Perry back. You ain't supposed to be going behind the dirty sheets and the wedding sheep back. No. And all this stuff about the Imperial chaplains and the 14th Street Club, the way they was behaving. No, man. But see, the nag of my library. Nag of my library. Some leftover Nazi writing that should have been destroyed that wasn't. You ain't gonna never get away with lying. Never. Never. You ain't gonna never get away with lying. Never. Never. See, conservative vital law incorporated, and like I say, bootstrap, is coming back. And you take what the vital law that already taught you to pool your money together. It could be $1, 1 cent, 5 cents, 10 cents, a quarter. Just pool your money together. And did it before, and do it again. Conservative Vital Law Incorporated. Bootstrap. It's coming back. It's coming back. It's going to be revitalized. See, in the day and time we live, we live in a day and time where we have credit cards and debit cards and, credit card, debit cards, when it pertains to money, It's getting to the point now, all that paper, talking about writing checks and stuff, it's really obsolete because of cards. All these different, what they call them, pay cards, writing checks is just some that people just really ain't even, but I mean, people still do it, but the times are changing so, technology is moving so fast. You got all this stuff on your phone with apps, with direct deposit. I mean, your company don't even need to write no check for you no more because direct deposit. But I mean, when you first start a job, just like when I started a job, they might give you a paper check for about 2 weeks. After them 2 weeks, if you ain't already got direct deposit, then you'll still be getting a check. But I mean, the day and time we live in, all this stuff about the environment going green and things like it, most companies, they ask you, do you still want us to send you a bill, a paper bill in the mail? When you got email, we can just email you your bill. And then you can fax the company. That's what Conservative Vice Law Incorporated gonna be doing. Need a fax number. Need an address so I can use my debit card, my pay card and all that. Or I can go get a post office money order to send money to support Conservative Vice Law Incorporated. See, this ain't just me just sitting here, but see, when you expose the liars, see, this is reality. This is reality. This is reality. This is what's finna be done. This is what's being done as we speak. Not just what's finna be done or what we gonna plan to do. This is what's being done now. This is what got to be done. You can't lie. You can't lie. You can't get away with lying. See, you can't lie. So, Conservative Vice Law Incorporated is coming back. Bootstrap. Operation Bootstrap. It's a good thing. Wasn't doing anything wrong. It wasn't doing anything wrong. See, that was gonna have me upset. Is that people that was doing right and doing what's good, it's like you trying to laugh at them because of the damn Nagamon library. I'm looking at Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Here it is, a man dedicated his life standing for human rights and civil rights. And you make it sound like you laughing at him. Talking about some damn narcissism. Here it is, a man doing what's right. See, it comes a time when you have to say, hey, man, no, don't play with me like that, man. See, you try to make people look like they stupid. And that's the way I look at that supreme gangster. I don't know who the fuck, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm starting. If I was in Chicago right now, the vice lords will see the point of view that I have. Because I'll be walking around mad as I don't know what. I'll be mad. Because that down, no, man. You ain't got no business playing with me like that. You ain't got no business playing with me like that. I ain't going. I ain't going, man. It'll be a goddamn bloodbath on the street. I'm telling you what'll happen. It'll be a damn bloodbath on the street. I'm telling you, man. Don't walk your ass around and think that you can get away with it. Because I'm the one that's telling you, just because I'm not in Chicago, but I'm walking around. And when the vice lords see me, it ain't gonna be nobody asking me what the hell is wrong with him. Ain't nothing wrong with me. Nothing wrong with Eric. And see, all this stuff about lying. I'm going to get my reading in today. Yeah. But see, I want to make sure that get that point across. Get that point across right now. from this point on, push this point of view. That's no, man. You can't do that. You can't lie. From this point on, you can't lie. That's the point. You can't lie. You can't disrespect the dirty sheep and the willing sheep who wasn't doing anything wrong. It was wrong what they did. Whoever these individuals were, they were going around lying with this nagging my library. That's who was wrong. That's who was wrong. And see, it's a lot of things about this Nagamon library that people think they can get away with. Now, let me say this. When we talk about religion, of course you know, in colleges and universities around the world, all these departments, you have behavioral science, relational science / social science department. And then you have in that department, you have all these various fields of study. They've done beautiful work, done great things. Now, individuals have been accused of lying, but still, the whole concept of these departments, a lot of intelligent men and women around the world, and in all these other departments as well. And when it comes to the Department of Theology and Religious Studies, talking about God, gods, and people lying or being accused of lying. What God said, what God didn't say. That's the same thing. Now, before the first century, we talking about Socrates, his student Plato, and you know who Plato's one of Plato's students was Aristotle. And one of the things that even the Catholic Church talks about, scholasticism. And one of the things that Aristotle was instrumental in was scholasticism. And so, what God said and what God didn't say and all that. And so, and as you know, history is controversial. Very controversial. Just like we talk about Socrates. It'll be all kind of debate. People agree, disagree, and so on and so forth. People talk about marriage between a man and a woman. You talking about God said and what God didn't say. We talk about what they call what child marriage and so on and so forth. And then you can add to that with marriage, adultery, because it'll come up. And being a parent, what God said, and then say, so you're going to teach your child when a man and a woman get married, Then they procreate. God said, and then God didn't say. And so it's been passed down for a long time. Man and woman, married. That's been passed down for a long generations. And then you look at all the groups of people on all humanity. For some, it's something that you notice about men and women and how they've been taught and what they've been taught about marriage. It's always the man and the woman. Always male and female. It can be a man having another wife, but it's still being married. Now and then, sometimes, in some cases, it's been a woman had more than one husband. But it still was said what? Marriage. It's still been saying, I'm talking about people notice this all over the world about man and woman being in this marriage. And it's something that you notice about men and women. You don't see this thing where talking about a man being married to another man. We talking about what the whole concept of saying this is official. Marriage. And saying that this was passed down by our ancestors, our elders. And then it was passed to our ancestors and our elders from God. Or some cultures, gods. But saying it was some type of higher power, supreme being or beings. You don't see no woman and another woman. Actually, it's official. Just generations of people doing this same thing over and over and over again. Where a woman being married to a woman. You don't see that. You don't. Now, what you call being a friend, men be friends with men and women be friends with women. Because they're in the same family and same group, speak the same language. And they have a way of life. They have a culture, customs. That's what, you go all around the world and you can know indigenous people. Who's not indigenous? You can make all the inventions you want, but when you say indigenous, what make people not indigenous? All human beings are indigenous. We are. I don't care what you invent. Because see, based on your concept, only thing you saying about indigenous is just people just living on what they call a natural way of life. They drink cow's milk naturally, not pasteurized or anything. They just do what's been passed down from generation to generation. When it comes to wearing clothes, some people are what they call nude or naked still from generation to generation. Man, woman, and child. They don't hide nothing. Now some people, private parts might be slightly covered. And so when you say indigenous, I mean, you know, man, all these modern guns and bullets, and then you're going to identify someone else as being indigenous because of your inventions. You know. But when it comes to this so-called this thing about like all this stuff that we have, you know, this class it's classified today as all this with it LGB, like lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, transsexual, throw all that stuff in, homosexual, all that. Now, people been studying for years and years and years and years. People fight wars about what God said and what God didn't say. A lot of wars have been fought about religion. A lot. All over the world, people have fought. Some groups of people have completely been destroyed. Just destroyed by other groups. And the reason why they got to fighting, they went to war because of what God said. What God didn't say. And again, history is controversial. That's what makes it controversial. Because there be so many different points of view and so many stories that have been told. So anything somebody in the past said or didn't say, somebody criticizes that. Somebody saying they don't want to listen to what they said. History is controversial. I'm trying to remember where I put my. I'm trying to remember where I put it. Man. Like I said, I wrote something down. I'm trying to remember where I put it. I think hold on. Now I wrote some information down and I can't remember where I put it. My bad. Oh man. Well, okay. Now, I couldn't find I wrote something down on a little piece of paper. And I had one of these little pieces of paper. And I wrote something down on it. And I wasn't trying to make you sit there and wait for me. But honestly, I wrote something down on a piece of paper. And then at the moment when, you know, I can't remember where I put it. My bad. But let me say this. I'm gonna move on, but get to the point. Like I said, man, just like people be talking about narcissism and talking about this demiurge being stupid, because you're really stupid. Because there really wasn't no reason for you to be walking around when they had already, Socrates was talking about this stuff, and then his student Plato learned from Socrates about this demiurge. And so this whole thing goes way, this is before the first century. This is before the first century. Talking about God said and what God said, what God didn't say. Like I said, history is controversial. History is controversial. And so, when people do things like today, we want to say like God said a man should get married to a woman. Because if you can't say, if you can't give a credible, authority for doing anything, for your reason for doing anything, you just doing something just because that was your in your mind you made up. Talking about some transgender, transsexual. This don't have anything to do with disliking people or nothing like that. We talking about where it came from. Where you get that concept from? Where you get that idea from? That transgender, transsexual. Because people be saying God said this and God said that, or God didn't say this and God didn't say that. And so, one of the things that just stands out is like anal sex. History is controversial. History is controversial. Now, if you say a man and woman got married, You ain't gonna sit up there and get into a daggum argument with people talking about even the man and woman who got married did things like that. Well, man, look, we don't have no evidence on that, not like that, all the way back that far long ago. Now, if you got some kind of documentation or something that can suggest, but we talking about people in general, all over, it was always God said this or God said that, or God didn't say this and God didn't say that. And just to know, just to make it clear, that point is that people all over the world talk about the past because it relates to that. And even today, the reason why they talk about the past is because they're the same thing. They hold on to the traditions, or they try to hold to traditions that they claim that they can prove is valid, or that is true. That God said this and God said that, and then they'll present all their evidence to prove as proof that what they're saying is right. And then because of the proof, then you listen to this evidence. You listen to what God said about this and what God said about that. And this is the evidence. So we're going to prove that this evidence is credible. Now let me just say this. We know that there's a lot of entertainment. Let's just say entertainment. And that entertainment be men and women. And when we say men and women, the entertainment can be various groups of people around the world in entertainment, because people all over the world have televisions, radios, and of course social media, the internet, the World Wide Web. And so, and in that entertainment, even people in the entertainment, they try to incorporate their traditions, their beliefs, their faith in the entertainment. And again, like I said, they say that they have proof. They can prove that the evidence that they presented is authentic, is genuine. This is what God said, and this is what God didn't say. And so, when it comes to anal sex, because we talking about a man and a woman. Now, you know doggone well, I know a man by himself and a woman by herself when it comes to entertainment. We talking about like the sex industry, what they call porn and all that. You can have a woman by herself entertaining others, and you can have a man by himself entertaining others. Now, by his or herself, now, like I said, hey, history is controversial. Now, like I said, entertainment, the sex industry, porn. You have a woman by herself entertaining the viewers or the listeners. Because we had that too, you can call somebody on the telephone, they had that entertaining. It don't have to be something that you can view. It can be something that you can hear. And they'll talk to you on the phone. You'll call somebody on the phone, and then a woman will answer. And then she'll entertain you over the phone. Now, we also know that there's magazines, books, sex industry. But when we talk about viewers, viewing and listening, a man can do the same thing over the phone. A woman can call and hear some man over the phone entertaining you. Now I know. A woman can call another woman on the phone and listen to the phone, and a man can do the same. A man can call some man on the phone and be entertained by another man. Yeah, I know that. And so the World Wide Web, you can listen and view. You can hear and see. The World Wide Web. For example, podcasts, YouTube video where it ain't nothing but audio on a YouTube video. It's nothing that you really seeing, but it's what you hear. It's an audio video. But men and women in the sex industry, in sex, porn, they entertain their audience by what you hear and see. And so, like I said, a woman by herself can entertain her audience by herself. A man can entertain his audience by himself. Nobody else. It's just him by himself. Now, a man and a woman want to entertain their audience by themselves. Now, the anal thing, entertain his or her audience by themselves, by his or herself. Now, tradition, the past, tradition, the past. Talking about what a woman can do and what a man can do with their body, by themselves. By yourself, as a person, as an individual. Tradition in the past. What a woman can do with her body. What a man can do with his body. Nobody else, just him or her by they self. Then you are talking about what the man and the woman can do together. With their body, tradition, the past. God said this and God said that. God didn't say this and God didn't say that. But history is controversial. Because you're going to say that God said this and God said that about anal sex. Tradition, the past. And then it get brought out, it gets passed down from generation to generation. God said this and God said that. God didn't say this and God didn't say that. Then it's a big argument, big disagreement about what God said and what God didn't say about this and that. History is controversial because what male and female do with their body. It's controversial. God said this and God said that. God didn't say this and God didn't say that. Anal sex. Then, you talk about a woman by herself entertaining her audience and a man by himself entertaining his audience. You put a man and a woman together, entertaining their audience. History is controversial. History is controversial. Now, see, we'll go further, but see, we want to put that in front of you first. Because we want to see why, when you put a man and a woman together to entertain their audience, and not only to entertain, but influence the audience. See, it's one thing to entertain people, but it's another is when you broadcast something to persuade people to do the same thing. See, it's one thing to entertain people for entertainment, but that don't mean that you do the same thing I do. I can go, right now, the big thing right now is the NBA. Trying to see who gonna be in, what two teams gonna end up being in the NBA finals. It's entertainment. But let me ask you an honest question. Do them on both teams, do you honestly think that those guys are out there playing basketball just to influence you to do the same thing they're doing? To dribble a basketball, to slam dunk a basketball, do what I do. They be on television, dribbling a basketball, playing basketball. It's what we can talk about football, soccer, same thing. Do you think that the reason why they're doing it is to persuade the audience to do what I do. Do what I do. If I see somebody on a baseball field, excuse me, and the pitcher pitched the ball and the batter hit the ball, or he swung and missed and the catcher catch the ball, are those guys trying to persuade me to do what they do? No. They're not out there to persuade me or anybody else to do what they do. They out there to entertain. And after you watch, you go home. The only thing they want you to do is buy them tickets. That's the only thing they want you to do, is to pay your money to watch them. That's the only thing they try to persuade you to do. They train hard to be the best at their game. Because if they don't, the fans not going to pay. The fans not going to bet on DraftKings, on MGM Bet, and all the other sports books. You're not going to bet. That's the only thing they're trying to do, is to get you to spend some money. You see the difference? So now, let's go back to sex industry. Porn. Do you honestly think that people don't be persuading you to do what they do? They do. They are intentionally trying to be in front of other people because they want you to do the same thing they doing with your body that they're doing with their body. Because you ain't paying for it. I'm not paying for what I'm seeing. I just didn't show it to you. But I got something in front of me. Some porn video. I didn't show it to you. But they not trying to. I didn't pay for it. It's free. It's free. But when you watch it, what you trying to get me to do? If I'm watching it, what you want me to do? You want me to do the same damn thing you're doing. If a man and a woman have sex together, heterosexual sex, what other things you trying to influence me to do? To do the same thing. They playing a part. They have a role to play. They have a script. It's entertainment. But in that entertainment, there's something that they're doing. They're influencing you. They're trying to persuade you to do what I'm doing, which is have sex. What they call it, free sex. Irregardless of what your traditions say, irregardless of what they said in the past, because first of all, this man and woman, they not married. They not married. That's the first thing you ought to notice. They not married. So they, what they call it? What's the F word? In your tradition from the past, what they say about if the man and the woman not married, and you have sex, God said and God didn't say. God said this and God said that. God didn't say this and God didn't say that. See, remember that. Remember, when you watch a porn video, the actor and actress, they not married. They not married. We want to make first, they are not married. Did you hear me? They are not married. Your traditions from the past got passed all the way down. What you seeing, what you hearing, the actor and actress are not married. And what are they doing? They having sex. What is it that they want you to be influenced by? That's what they wanted you to be influenced by. They not married. It's not the fact that they had sex. It's the fact they weren't married. Now let's say this. What if the person, two people, what if legally they were married and that's how they made their living? Okay. It may be a possibility that somewhere in that, it may have been a man and a woman that was actually married and they were broadcasting what they were doing. What we consider to be private, they made it public. You know what I'm saying? They made it public. You know, anytime in the world. But we still want to make this clear. That when you see something on a video, you know, or you might be in your home and you might have that channel. You know, like the Playboy channel. You know, you see stuff all the time. And then there might be another one, you know, it's a lot of them. But still, you see, this is what they showing you. This is what they influence you with. A man and a woman not married. They not legally. But they having sex. Now let me throw this in there. Now, white European. In front of everybody. Broadcast in front of everybody. Heterosexual. But we just want, they not married. The actor and the actress are not married. They are having sex. In front of everybody. Broadcast. And also East Asia. South Asia. You can go down to Mexico. You'll see videos. Central America, South America, you'll see videos. Sub-Saharan Africa, you'll see videos. You'll see them. They there. Take my word, they there. They there. Man and woman having sex. Now, heterosexual, let me be specific. Heterosexual sex. Now, a man and a woman doing something more than just heterosexual sex. Your tradition now, let's be clear. The actor and actress, first of all, they're not even married. So they having what they call it free sex. If you ain't married, free sex, you know, there's no commitment. There's no commitment. They don't even really love each other. It's like a profession. Just as soon as they say they end that video, they go their separate way. You'll see that same man, that same woman doing another video with another person. You'll see that woman with another man. You'll see that man with another woman doing the same thing he did with the last, like he did the last person. Not married to that man, nor that woman. And keep on doing it. It'll be a 5-minute video. It could be a 10-minute video. It could be a 20, 30-minute video. And they'll sit there and do all this stuff in front of everybody. They not married. Now, I'm talking about the heterosexual part. Now, let's get to this other stuff. This other stuff in the video that you may see. Or see what they'll do. They'll make a heterosexual video, then they'll make another video. What they call it? An anal video. See, history is controversial. Your tradition, the past, then you come all the way up to today. Now we just talking about a man and woman. We ain't even got to the other stuff. Talking about a video, audio video, visual video, podcasts and all that. Then you got the magazine, all that. But still the same thing, a man and a woman. The heterosexual part. And then that too, the anal. I mean, your tradition, God said this and God said that. From the past. God didn't say that and God didn't say this. I'm just, we talking about what men and women do. We talking about what men and women. We ain't even got to the other stuff. Because see, remember, when people try to influence you, when you see a video, people try to persuade you. Now, they ain't use violence per se, but they will. Because just as soon as that man or woman not on television, or they not on, what do they be doing in the community? You talking about a woman that ain't a sex and a man? And a man being violent with the woman? The woman being violent in general with other people in the community? Accessory? See, they persuade you to listen. If I do this in front of everybody, that's what they trying to do. They trying to persuade you. I know you're going to ask the same question. I know, what is this woman doing that for? And why is this man doing it with her? Violence. What make you, how you gonna put this thought in your mind that this woman willfully did that? She's an actress and he's an actor. And how is it you gonna say that this man, that's what he wanted to do with her? See, people try to persuade you to listen to what they say. And then, of course, now we talk about a man and a woman, They'll throw you all this woman stuff in front of you. And then they'll throw all this other stuff to men. So but make this clear. When people put that stuff on the sex industry, pornography, it's a different kind of entertainment. They're trying to tell you to do the same thing I'm doing. See, this is the thing. You have a white European man and woman in front of everybody. And then you see all these other groups of people around the world. And it just be them making a video with the people from where they from in their country. Now here in the United States of America, like Canada and Europe, you got all kind of people from all over the world. Then you'll see some of them videos where different people from different races and different cultures, customs, having these these sex videos. They're trying to persuade you to do the same thing. They're trying to persuade. If you live in somewhere, just like here in the United States of America, so many people are from all over the world, so then you see all these sex videos. To persuade you to do the same thing. Whatever you see me do on the video, that's what you do. But what did God say? What did the tradition say? What did the God say? What did our elders say? Our elders said that God said this, and our elders say God said that. Our leaders say God didn't say do that, and our God didn't say do this. They throw that out the window. See, history is controversial. When I end my video, I'm gonna have to find my little piece of paper. I had it wrote down on a piece of paper, just like this. I had a little piece of paper, just like this. Man, it's somewhere in the house. It ain't like I ain't throw it away. It's just somewhere I done put it somewhere. It's probably in a drawer back there, man. Or it might be on the table. No, never mind. I'll find it. But, let me see. Okay. For today, I'm over here on this internet archive. I'm gonna do me just a small tidbit of reading on this book that Plato wrote. Title. Now you know there's basically two pronunciations. Timaeus and Timaeus. It's a dialogue, and again, like I said, it's written by Plato, a student of Socrates. All right, where I'm gonna stop at? Okay, let me see here. Okay, that's where I'm gonna stop at right there. Okay, I'm gonna start right at the beginning. Yeah, I'm not gonna go too far. Okay. Socrates, Timaeus, Hermocrates, and Crassus. And it reads, so 1, 2, 3, why, my dear Timaeus? Where is the fourth of our guests of yesterday who are to be our hosts now? Socrates, I promise you he would not be staying away from our present conference if he could help it. So then we may look to you and the others to discharge the absentee's part, as well as your own. Timaeus, with all my heart so far as our abilities permit, you should not be disappointed after the elegant entertainment you provided for your visitors yesterday. It will not be common fairness that the rest of us should be backward in offering you a return banquet. So you all recall the scope and topics of the discourse with which I charged you. Timaeus, yes, in part, and where our recollection failed us, you will be here to refresh them, or stay if it is not giving you too much trouble, you might recapitulate the matter briefly. Then we shall have a secure grasp of it. So why? So I will the main theme of my argument. Yesterday was my views on the best constitution for a city and the type of men from whom such a city might be fashioned. And very much to our mind we all found the description. Socrates, so we began, did we not, with a sharp separation of the farmers of our city and her craftsmen in general from the class who were to be her fighting men. Now, Plato, Timaeus, and Crassus. Timaeus, we did. So to each group, according to his natural aptitudes, we gave one and only one occupation, one sole profession that appropriate to it. Thus we said that the group who were to fight for all must be guardians of the city against attacks from without, or indeed from within, and must be nothing else. They were to administer a lenient justice to their subjects and natural friends, but show themselves stern to enemies encountered in the field. Timaeus, precise. So a guardian, we said, must in fact be at once exceptionally spirited and exceptionally philosophic if they were to prove themselves rightly lenient and rightly stern to either party. Timaeus, yes. So, and as to their training, were they not to be trained in gymnastic, music, and all branches of study appropriate to their calling? Timaeus, they were indeed. So, and men so trained, we said, were not to look on gold or silver or goods of any kind as personal property. They were to be a garrison, and as such, to receive a wage for their services from those whose safety depends on them, a wage no more than would content modest men. They were to expend it on their public maintenance and to lead a corporate daily life in remitting practice of goodness and complete freedom from all other occupation. This was in the regulations we laid down. So then we touched on the question of women. Their native qualities were to be developed on the same lines as those of the men. With they were to cooperate in all the activities of war and of life generally. Yes, we made that regulation too. Belongs in thought to the technical name for paid professional guards. All right. Okay. So now, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna stop right there, and then I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna make sure I remind myself where I left off. Okay, I see it. So like I said, I read, that was just a look, the very beginning of the book that Plato wrote, titled, let me pronounce it, there was more than one pronunciation, Timaeus, and the other pronunciation, Timaeus. So now I'm gonna go. Now you can go to BibleStudyTools.com. They have all available versions of the Holy Bible. You can also go to BibleGateway.com. That's where I'm finna go. They have all available versions of the Holy Bible. I'm gonna read Sirach. Now, we go. Now they know they have all available versions with the Apocrypha. Common English Bible has the Apocrypha. Dewey Rings 1899 American did has the Apocrypha. The Good News Translation, I usually go there. The Good News Translation, it has the Apocrypha. And the New Revised Standard Version Anglicized has the Apocrypha. And the New Revised Standard Version Updated Edition has the Apocrypha. And the Revised Standard Version has the Apocrypha. As well as the Wycliffe Bible. So let me scroll back up. Good News Translation. Sirach. Now, last time I read Sirach 32. So I'm going to read Sirach 33. Verse 1 through 31. Okay. Now, the wisdom of Sirach. The wisdom of Sirach. Chapter 33, verses 1 through 31. Verses 1 through 31. And it reads, no evil will ever come to a person who fears the Lord. However, often danger comes, the Lord will come to the rescue. A person who has no use for the law doesn't have good sense. And anyone who is insincere about it is good to be tossed about like a boat in a storm. If you are wise, you will believe in the law. You will find it as reliable as the sacred lots. Prepare what you are going to say and people will listen to you. Use what you have learned before you start talking. A foolish person's mind works like a cartwheel going round and round in circles. A sarcastic friend is like a wild horse that neighs no matter who tries to ride him. Now, verses 7 through 18 is titled, People Are Not Alike. And it reads, why are some days holier than others? Even though the same sun rises on every day of the year, it is because the Lord made them different by setting them apart as religious holidays and festivals. He made some days holy and important and made other days ordinary. Every human being was made from the earth just as Adam was. But the Lord, in his wisdom, made them all different and gave them different tasks. He blessed some, making them honored and holy, keeping them near him. Others he cursed, humbling them and removing them from their position. Just as clay is in the potter's hands for him to shape as he pleases, so we are in the hands of our Creator for him to do with as he wishes. Good is the opposite of evil. Life is the opposite of death. And sin is the opposite of devotion to the Lord. Think about it. The Most High has made everything in pairs, each thing the opposite of something else. As for me, I have been the last to come on duty, as if going through vineyards to gather whatever the great pickers had left behind. But the Lord blessed me, and I did well, like a great picker who has filled the winepress. But I want you to know that I have not done all this work for myself alone, but for everyone who wants to learn. Listen to me, all you great leaders, all you leaders of the assembly. Hear what I have to say. Now, verses 19 through 23 is titled, Be Independent. Never as long as you live give anyone power over you, whether son, wife, brother, or friend. Don't give your property to anyone. You might change your mind and have to ask for it back. As long as you have breath in your body, don't let anyone lead your life for you. It is better that your children be dependent on you than the other way around. Keep control over all that you do. Don't let anything stain your reputation. Wait until the last moment of your life when you are breathing your last and then divide your property among your heirs. Verses 24 through 31 is titled Treatment of Slaves. A donkey should be given its fodder and its burden, and it should be beaten. A slave should be given food and work and should be disciplined. If you make your slave work, you can set your mind at ease. If you don't keep him busy, he will be looking for freedom. You can use a harness and yoke to tame an animal, and a slave can be tortured in the stocks. Keep him at work and don't let him be idle. Idleness can only teach him how to make trouble. Work is what he needs. If he won't obey you, put him in chains. But don't be too severe with anyone and never be unfair. If you have a slave, treat him as you would want to be treated. You bought him with your hard-earned money. Treat him as a brother. You need him as you need yourself. If you mistreat him and he runs away, where are you going to look for him? Now I just read verses 1 through 31, Sirach, chapter 33. And I was reading from the Good News translation of the Holy Bible. And I was reading from Bible Gateway. But you can also go to BibleStudyTools.com. Now, where I'm going to now, go to www. Now go to this website, www.earlychristianwritings.com. And when you go there, click Church Fathers. And then scroll down to where it says St. Irenaeus of Lyons. And you'll see all 5 books of Adversus Haereses, Against Heresy, book 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Click book number 1. Now, last time I read chapter 29, verse 3. So let me scroll. Okay. 29. Last time I read verse number 3. So I'm reading verse number 4. Okay. So book number 1, Adversus Haereses, translated meaning Against Heresy. And I'm reading from chapter 29. Chapter 29 in its title, Doctrines of Various Other Gnostic Sects, and especially other Barbarylites or Borborians. And last time I read verse number 3, and there's 4 verses, so I'm going to read verse number 4. And it reads, Next, they maintain that from the first angel who stands by the side of Monogenes, the Holy Spirit has been sent forth, whom they also term Sophia and Pronicus. He then perceived that all the others had consorts while he himself was destitute of one, searched after a being to whom he might be united, and not finding one, he exerted and extended himself to the uttermost and looked down into the lower region in the expectation of their finding a consort, and still not meeting with one, he leaped forth from his place in a state of great impatience, which had come upon him, because he had made his attempt without the good will of his father. Afterwards, under the influence of simplicity and kindness, he produced a work in which were to be found ignorance and audacity. This work of his they declared to be Protogenes, the former of this lower creation, but they relate that a mighty power carried him away from his mother, and that he settled far away from her in the lower regions, and formed the firmament of heaven, in which also they affirm that he dwells, and in his ignorance he formed those powers which are inferior to himself, angels, and firmaments, and all things earthly. They affirm that he, being united to audacity, produced kakia, wickedness, and zealous, emulation, phytonos, envy, Irenaeus, fury, and epithemia, lust. When these were generated, the mother Sophia, deeply grieved, fled away, departed into the upper region, and became the last of the Odo, reckoning it downwards on her thus departing. He imagined he was the only being in existence, and on this account declared, I am a jealous God, and beside me there is no one. Such are the falsehoods which these people invent. So I just read verse number 4, and I read from chapter 29 in its title, Doctrines of Various Other Gnostic Sects, and especially other Barbarylotes, or Borborians. And I read from book number 1 and verses Haereses, and translated meaning Against Heresy. So let me click back over. And we'll go to book number 2. Now, last time I read book number 2, last time I read from chapter 30. And I read from verse number 9. So now I'm on chapter 31. And chapter 31 is titled Recapitulation and Application of the Foregoing Arguments. Like I said, I'm reading verse number 1. And it's titled, Those then who are of the school of Valentinus, being overthrown, the whole multitude of heretics are, in fact, also subverted. For all the arguments I have advanced against their pleroma, and with respect to those things which are beyond it, showing how the Father of all is shut up and circumscribed by that which is beyond him, if indeed there be anything beyond him, and how there is an absolute necessity on their theory to conceive of many fathers and many pleromas and many creations of worlds, beginning with one set and ending with another, as existing on every side, and that all the beings referred to continue in their own domains, and do not curiously intermeddle with others, since indeed no common interest nor any fellowship exists between them, and that there is no other God of all, but that name belongs only to the Almighty. All these arguments, I say, will in like manner aptly will apply against those who are of the school of Marcion and Simon and Meander, or whatever others there may be, who like them cut off their creation with which we are connected from the Father. The arguments again which I have employed against those who maintain that the Father of all no doubt contains all things, but that the creation to which we belong was not formed by him, but by a certain other power, or by angels having no knowledge of the proprietor, who is surrounded as a center by the immense extent of the universe, just as a stain is by the surrounding cloak, when I show that it is not a probable supposition that any other being than the Father of all formed that creation to which we belong. These same arguments will apply against the followers of Saturninus, Basilides, Carpocrates, and the rest of the Gnostics, who express similar opinions. Those statements again which have been made with respect to their emanations and the eons, and the supposed state of degeneracy, and the inconstant character of their mother, equally overthrow Basilides and all who are falsely styled Gnostics, who do in fact just repeat the same views under different names, but do to a greater extent than the former transfer those things which lie outside of the truth to the system of their own doctrine. And the remarks I have made respecting numbers will also apply against all those who misappropriate things belonging to the truth for the support of a system of this kind. And all that has been said respecting the Creator, Demiurge, to show that he alone is God and Father of all. And whatever remarks may yet be made in the following books I apply against the heretics at large. The more moderate and reasonable among them thou wilt convert and convince, so as to lead them no longer to blaspheme their Creator and Maker and Sustainer and Lord, nor to ascribe his origin to defect and ignorance, but the fierce and terrible and irrational among them thou wilt drive far from thee, that you may no longer have to endure their idle loquaciousness. So I just read verse number 1 from chapter 31, titled Recapitulation and Application of the Foregoing Arguments. And I just read from book number 2, titled Adversaries of Heresies, translated meaning against heresies. So let me scroll. Okay. Book number 3 I already finished. So let's click over to book number 4. Now last time I read book number 4, I read chapter 30, verse number 3. So let me scroll down. Okay. Now I'm on book number 4, Adversaries of Heresies against heresies. And last time I read chapter 30, and it's titled Refutation of Another Argument Adduced by the Marcionites, that God directed the Hebrews to spoil the Egyptians. Last time I read verse number 3 in 4 verses, so I'm going to read verse number 4. Like I said, I'm reading verse number 4, and it reads, As a matter of course, therefore, these things were done beforehand in a type, and from them was the tabernacle of God constructed, those persons justly receiving them, as I have shown, while we were pointed out beforehand in them. We, who should afterwards serve God by the things of others, for the whole exodus of the people out of Egypt, which took place under divine guidance, was a type and image of the exodus of the church, which should take place from among the Gentiles. And for this case, and for this cause, he leads it out at last from this world into his own inheritance, which Moses, the servant of God, did not bestow, but which Jesus, the Son of God, shall give for an inheritance. And if anyone will devote a dose attention to those things which are stated by the prophets with regard to the time of the end, and those which John, the disciple of the Lord, saw in the apocalypse, he will find that the nations are to receive the same plagues universally as Egypt then did particularly. So I just read verse number 4, and I just read from chapter 30, titled Refutation of Another Argument Adduced by the Marcionites, that God directed the Hebrews to spoil the Egyptians. And I just read from book number 4, titled Adversaries of Heresies against heresies. So let me click book number 5. Okay, book number 5, I read from chapter 33. Read verse number 1. So let me scroll down. Let me see. 33. So I'm reading verse number 2 from chapter 33. In chapter 33 is titled, Further Proofs of the Same Proposition, drawn from the promises made by Christ when he declared that he would drink of the fruit of the vine with his disciples in his Father's kingdom, while at the same time he promised to reward them in 100-fold and to make them partake of banquets. The blessing pronounced by Jacob had pointed out this already, as Papias and the elders have interpreted. And so I'm rereading verse number 2, and it reads, And for this reason the Lord declared, When thou makest a dinner or a supper, do not call thy friends, nor thy neighbors, nor thy kinsfolk, lest they ask thee in return, and so repay thee. But call the lame, the blind, and the poor, and thou shalt be blessed, since they cannot recompense thee, but a recompense shall be made thee at the resurrection of the just. And again he says, Whosoever shall have left hands or houses or parents or brethren or children because of me, he shall receive in this world an 100-fold, and in that to come he shall inherit eternal life. For what are the 100-fold rewards in this work, in this word? The entertainments given to the poor, and the suppers for which a return is made. These are to take place in the times of the kingdom, that is, upon the 7th day, which has been sanctified, in which God rested from all the works which he created, which is the true Sabbath of the righteous, which they shall not be engaged in any earthly occupation, but shall have a table at hand prepared for them by God, supplying them with all sorts of dishes. So I just read verse number 2 from chapter 33, titled, Further Proofs of the Same Proposition, drawn from the promises made by Christ when he declared that he would drink of the fruit of the vine with his disciples in his Father's kingdom, while at the same time he promised to reward them in 100-fold and to make them partake of banquets. The blessing pronounced by Jacob had pointed out this already, as Papias and the elders have interpreted it. And I just read from book number 5, titled, And Verses Are Races Against Heresies. All right, let me click back over here to, what's next? The Shepherd of Hermas. Now, we're clicking over to the Shepherd of Hermas. And I'm going to click over to the Robert Donaldson English translation. And I'm going to scroll down to the third book, Similitudes. Okay, third book, Similitudes. Okay, 6 Similitudes. Okay. Last time I read The Shepherd of Hermas, read the third book similitude. And I read from the sixth similitude, chapter 3. So I'm going to be reading from the sixth similitude. And it's titled, Of the two classes of voluptuous men, and of their death falling away, and the duration of their punishment. And I'm going to be reading chapter 4. And it reads, I said to him, Sir, explain this also to me. What is it you ask? He said. Whether, sir, I continued, they who indulge in luxury and who are deceived are tortured for the same period of time that they have indulged in luxury and deceit. He said to me, they are tortured in the same manner. They are tormented much less. Sir, I replied, for those who are so luxurious and who forget God ought to be tortured sevenfold. He said to me, you are foolish and do not understand the power of torment. Why, sir, I said, if I had understood it, I would not have asked you to show me. Here, he said, the power of both. The time of luxury and deceit is 1 hour, but the hour of torment is equivalent to 30 days. If, accordingly, a man indulge in luxury for 1 day, he be deceived and be tortured for 1 day. The day of his torture is equivalent to a whole year. For all the days of luxury, therefore, they are as many years of torture to be undergone. You see, then, he counted, that the time of luxury and deceit is very short, but that of punishment and torture long. So I just read chapter 4, and I just read from the sixth similitude title, of the two classes of voluptuous men, and of their death falling away and the duration of their punishment. And I just read from book number 3, the third book, similitudes. And I just read from the Shepherd of Hermas. And I read the Robert Donaldson English translation. So let me click over to St. Ignatius. Okay, I'm going to click over to St. Ignatius of Antioch. Okay, let me see here. Last time I read St. Ignatius of Antioch to the Smyrnaeans. Click over to the Robert Donaldson English translation. Ignatius to the Smyrnaeans. The Epistle of Ignatius to the Smyrnaeans. Let's see. Okay, there we go. We got the shorter and the longer version. The Epistle of Ignatius to the Smyrnaeans. You click the Robert Donaldson English translation where it has the shorter and the longer versions. And the last time I read I read chapter 6. So let me scroll. Read chapter 6. I'm reading chapter 7. And I'm reading the long version. All right, let me see. Right. And the long version usually be the second one. I'm reading the long version. And chapter 7 is titled, Let Us Stand Aloft from Such Heretics. And the long version reads, They are ashamed of the cross. They mock at the passion. They make a jest of the resurrection. They are the offspring of that spirit who is the author of all evil, who led Adam by means of his wife to transgress the commandment, who slew Abel by the hands of Cain, who fought against Job, who was the accuser of Joshua, the son of Josedek, who sought to sift the faith of the apostle, who stirred up the multitude of the Jews against the Lord, who also now worketh in the children of disobedience, from whom the Lord Jesus Christ will deliver us, who prayed that the faith of the apostles might not fail, not because he was not able of himself to preserve it, but because he rejoiced in the preeminence of the Father. It is fitting, therefore, that ye should keep a law from such persons, and neither in private nor in public to talk with them, but to give heed to the law and the prophets, and to those who have preached to you the word of salvation. But flee from all abominable heresies and those that cause schisms as the beginning of evils. So I just read the long version of chapter 7, titled, Let Us Stand Aloft from Such Heretics. And I'm reading the Epistle of Ignatius to the Smyrnaeans. Ignatius to the Smyrnaeans, and I'm reading from the Roberts Donaldson English translation. So let me click back over. To St. Polycarp. Well, you see, where it says Church Father Polycarp, click. And then you'll see St. Polycarp of Smyrna. Click the Robert Donaldson English translation. The Epistle of Polycarp to the Philippians. And last time I read chapter. I read chapter 12. Let me scroll, see how many. Okay. Chapter 13. Okay, I think I'm going to go ahead and read 13 and 14. Because it'll be with 13 and 14. In chapter 13, it's titled, Concerning the Transmission of Epistles. And it reads, Both you and Ignatius wrote to me, that if anyone went from this into Syria, he should carry your letter with him, which request I will attend to if I find a fitting opportunity, either personally or through some other acting for me, that your desire may be fulfilled. The epistles of Ignatius, written by him to us, and all the rest of his epistles, which we have by us, we have sent to you, as you requested. They are subjoined to this epistle, and by them ye may be greatly profited, for they treat of faith and patience, all in all things that tend to edification to in our Lord. Any more certain information you may have obtained respecting both Ignatius himself and those that were with him, have the goodness to make known to us. In chapter 14, conclusion. These things I have written to you by Crescens, whom up to the present time I have recommended unto you, and do now recommend, for he has acted blamelessly among us, and I believe also among you. Moreover, you will hold his sister in esteem when she comes to you. Be ye safe in the Lord Jesus Christ. Grace be with you all. Amen. So I just read verses 13. I read chapter 13 and 14. And chapter 14 was the conclusion. And again, chapter 13 was titled Concerning the Transmission of Epistles. And I read the epistle of Polycarp to the Philippians. And I read the Robert Donaldson English translation. Now the next thing, see, that was the end of the Polycarp, what he had wrote. But the next thing I'll read pertaining to Polycarp, will be the church fathers, the martyrdom of Polycarp. Next time I read, because it was Polycarp, his writings, but pertaining to the martyrdom of Polycarp. Okay. Saint Justin Martyr. Last time I read chapter 7, so I'm reading chapter 8 in its title. Does the body cause the soul to sin? And it reads, quite true, say they, yet the flesh is a sinner, so much so that it forces the soul to sin along with it, and thus they vainly accuse it and lay to its charge along the sins of both. But in what instance can the flesh possibly sin by itself, if it have not the soul going before it and inciting it? For as in the case of a yoke of oxen, if one or others is loose from the yoke, neither of them can plow alone. So neither can soul or body alone affect anything, if they be unyoked from their communion. And if it is the flesh that is the sinner, then on its account alone did the Savior come, as he said, I am not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. Since then, the flesh has been proved to be valuable in the sight of God and glorious above all his works. It would very justly be saved by him. We must meet, therefore, those who say that even though it be the special handiwork of God and beyond all else valued by him, it would not immediately follow that it has the promise of the resurrection. Yet is it not absurd that which has been produced with such circumstance and which is beyond all else valuable should be so neglected by its maker as to pass to non-entity? Then the sculptor and painter, if they wish the works they have made to endure, that they may win glory by them, renew them when they begin to decay. But God would so neglect his own possession and work that it becomes annihilated and no longer exists. Should we not call this labor in vain, as if a man who has built a house should forthwith destroy it, or should neglect it, though he sees it falling into decay and is able to repair it? We would blame him for laboring in vain, and should we not so blame God, but not such as one is the incorruptible, not senseless is the intelligence of the universe. Let the unbelieving be silent, even though they themselves do not believe. But in truth, he has even called the flesh to the resurrection, and promises to it everlasting life. For where he promises to save man, there he gives the promise to the flesh. For what is man but the reasonable animal composed of body and soul? Is the soul by itself man? No, but the soul of man. Would the body be called man? No, but it is called the body of man. If then neither of these is by itself man, but that which is made up of the two together is called man, and God has called man to life and resurrect, he has called not a part but the whole, which is the soul and the body. Since would it not be unquestionably absurd if, while these two are in the same being and according to the same law, the one was saved and the other not? And if it be not impossible, as has already been proved, that the flesh be regenerated, what is the distinction on the ground of which the soul is saved and the body not? Do they make God a grudging God? But he is good and will have all to be saved, and by God and his proclamation. And not only has your soul heard and believed on Jesus Christ, and with it the flesh, but both were washed and both wrought righteousness. They make God then ungrateful and unjust, if while both believe on him, he desired to save one and not the other. Well, they say, but the soul is incorruptible, being a part of God and inspired by him, and therefore he desired to save what is peculiarly his own and akin to himself. But the flesh is corruptible and not from him. Excuse me. As the soul is, then what thanks are due to him, and what manifestation of his power and goodness is it, if he purpose to save what is by nature saved and exists as a part of himself? For he had his salvation from himself, so that in saving the soul, God does no great thing. For to be saved is his natural destiny, but because it is a part of himself, being his inspiration. But no thanks are due to one who saved what is his own. For this is to save himself. For he who saves a part of himself saves himself by his own means, lest he become defective in that part. And this is not the act of a good man. For not even when a man does good to his children and offspring does one call him a good man. For even the most savage of the wild beasts do so, and indeed willingly endure death, if need be, for the sake of their cubs. But if a man were to perform the same acts in behalf of his slaves, that man would justly be called good. Wherefore the Savior also taught us to love our enemies, since, says he, what thank have ye? So that he has shown us that it is a good work not only to love those that are begotten of him, but also those that are without. And while he enjoins upon us, he himself first of all does. So I just read chapter 8, titled, Does the Body Cause the Soul to Sin? And I just read the fragments of the lost work of Justin on the resurrection, Justin Martyr. Now, I had to go to the Internet Archive. And so, the 39th Festal Easter Letter of St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria. And like I said, I'm reading from the Internet Archive. The 39th Festal Easter Letter of St. Athanasius, Bishop of Alexandria. But since we have made mention of heretics as dead, but of ourselves as possessing the divine scriptures for salvation, and since I fear lest, as Paul wrote to the Corinthians, some few of the simple should be beguiled from their simplicity and purity by the subtlety of certain men, and should afterwards read other books, those called apocryphal, led astray by the similarity of their name with the true books. I beseech you to bear patiently, if I also write by way of remembrance of matters with which you are acquainted, influenced by the need and advantage of the church. In proceeding to make mention of these things, I shall adopt to commend my undertaking the pattern of Luke, the evangelist, saying, for as much as some have taken in hand to reduce into order for themselves the books termed apocryphal, and to mix them up with the divinely inspired scripture, concerning which we have been fully persuaded, as they who from the beginning were eyewitnesses and ministers of the word delivered to the fathers. It has seemed good to me also, having been urged thereto by the brethren, and having learned from the beginning to bring before you the books included in the canon, and handed down and accredited as divine, to the end that anyone who has fallen into error may correct those who led him astray, and that he who continues steadfast in purity may again rejoice, having these things brought to his remembrance. There are then of the Old Testament in all 22 books in number, for as I have heard, they are handed down the same in number as the letters among the Hebrews, their respective order and names being as follows. The first is Genesis, then Exodus, next Leviticus, after that Numbers, and then Deuteronomy. Following them, we have Joshua the son of Nun, and Judges, then Ruth. And again next 4 books of Kings, and of them the first and second are reckoned one book, and so likewise the third and fourth one. And again after these, the first and second of the Chronicles are similarly reckoned as one book. Ezra, again the first and second as one. After these, there is the book of Psalms, then Proverbs, next Ecclesiastes, and the Song of Songs. Job follows, then the prophets, the 12 being reckoned as one book, then Isaiah, Jeremiah, and with him Baruch, Lamentation, and the epistle afterwards Ezekiel and Daniel. Thus far constitutes the Old Testament. But we must not look upon it as a task to speak of the books of the New Testament. These then are the 4 Gospels according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Afterwards the Acts of the Apostles, and the Catholic epistles called of the Apostles, 7 in number, v. of James, 1 of Peter, 2 of John. James 1, of Peter 2, of John 3, and then 1 of Jude. Besides these, there are 14 epistles of the Apostle Paul, written in this order. The first to the Romans, then 2 to the Corinthians, after these to the Galatians, next to the Ephesians, then to the Philippians, and to the Colossians, after these 2 to the Thessalonians, and that to the Hebrews, and again 2 to Timothy, 1 to Titus, and last and that to Philemon. To these the revelation of John. These are the fountains of salvation, that he who thirsteth may be satisfied with the words they contain. In these alone is proclaimed the doctrine of godliness. Let no man add to them, neither let him take out from them. For on this point the Lord put to shame the Sadducees, saying, Yea, you do err, not knowing the scriptures. And he reproved the Jews, saying, Search the scriptures, for they testify of me. But for greater exactness, I add this also, considering it necessary as to write, that there are other books besides these, not indeed included in the canon, but appointed by the fathers to be read by those who are come of late, wishing for admonition and instruction in godliness, the wisdom of Solomon, and the wisdom of Sirach, and Esther, and Judah, and Tobit, and that which is called the doctrine of the apostles, and of the shepherd. But the former, my brethren, are included in the canon, the latter being merely read, nor is there any mention of apocryphal writings, but this is an invention of heretics, writing them to favor their own views, bestowing upon them their approbation, and assigning to them a date, and producing them as ancient writings, that thereby they might occasion to lead astray the simple. So that was the 39th festal Easter letter of Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria. And I was reading from the Internet Archive. So like I said, that was the 39th festal Easter letter of St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria. And I was reading from the Internet Archive. Now I'm continuing my reading. I'm going to go to the Panarian in Greek, Panarian Latin. St. Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus. 3-volume book. Okay. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I see where I'm at. We over here on 6-4. Like I said, the Panarin, Greek Panarin, Latin. Translated mean bread basket. Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus. 3-volume book. We're on book number 2. We're in the first section of book number 2, section 4. We're on part 64. Now, last time I read 1:1 through 5:12. And it's titled Against Origin, also called Adamantius. So I see where I'm at. Okay. That's where we at. Now for today, let me see. What time is it? Okay. The beginning of Origins commentary on the first Psalm. There. I'm going to read what it says. It says here, the beginning of Origins commentary on the first Psalm. And it's, 6:1. Six one through. Okay. It goes from 6:1 to 7:4. Yeah, 6:1 through 7:4. That's the commentary on what is it? It's the beginning of Origins commentary on the first Psalm. So it's 6:1 through 7:4. All right. Yeah. Okay, like I said, so, okay, let's go back up. The beginning of Origins commentary on the first Psalm. Okay, and it reads, God's oracles tell us that the sacred scriptures have been locked away and sealed with the key of David, also perhaps with the seal of which is said, an impression of a seal, hallowed to the Lord. They are sealed, in other words, by the power of the God who gave them. The power which is meant by the seal. In the book of Revelation, John instructs us further about this locking away and sealing, and says, and to the angel of the church in Philadelphia write, these things saith he that is holy, he that is true, he that hath the key of David, he that openeth and none shall shut, and shutteth and none shall open. I know thy works. Behold, I have set before thee an open door, and no man can shut it. And a little further on, and I saw in the right hand of him that sat on the throne a book written within, and on the backside sealed with 7 seals. And I saw another strong angel proclaiming with a loud voice, who is worthy to open the book and to loose the seals thereof? And no man in heaven nor on earth, neither under the earth, was able to open the book, neither to look thereon. And I wept, because no man was found worthy to open the book, neither to look therein. And one of the elders said unto me, weep not. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book and the 7 seals thereof. And of the seal alone, Isaiah said the following, and all these words shall be unto you as the words of this book that is sealed, the which, if it be given to any man that is learned, saying, read this, he shall say, I cannot read it, for it is sealed. And this book shall be given into the hands of a man that is not learned. And one shall say unto him, read this, and he shall say, I am not learned. We must take it that this is said not only of John's revelation in Isaiah, but of all of sacred scripture, admittedly, even by those who are capable of a fair understanding of the oracles of God. For scripture is filled with riddles, parables, difficult sayings, and manifold other forms of obscurity, and is hard for human comprehension. And his desire to teach us this, the Savior too said, woe unto you, lawyers, as though scribes and Pharisees held the key, but made no effort to find the way to open the door. For ye have taken away the key of knowledge. Ye enter not in yourselves, and them that were enter in ye suffer not to enter. I have said this by way of preface, Holy Ambrose, since I am compelled by your great love of learning and my respect for your kindness and humility to embark on a struggle of the utmost difficulty and admittedly beyond me and my strength. And since I was hesitant for a long time, knowing the danger not only of speaking of holy things, but far more of writing them and leaving one's work for posterity, you will be my witness before God of the disposition with which I have done this. Even though with all the world I too inquire into these matters, for with all sorts of friendly blandishment and with godly encouragement, you have brought me to it. I am sometimes hit the mark, but sometimes argue too vehemently or otherwise appear to say something too daring. I have, however, investigated the sacred writings without despising the aptly put, when thou speakest of God, thou art judged of God, and it is no small risk to speak even the truth of God. Now, since without God there can be no good thing, most of all, no understanding of the inspired scripture, I ask you to approach to God and Father of all through our Savior and High Priest, the originated God, and pray that he will grant me first to seek rightly, for there is a promise of finding for those who ask, who seek. But it may be that there is no promise at all for seekers if God deems them to be proceeding by a road that does not lead to finding. So I read St. Epiphanes of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, 3-volume book titled Panorama, translated in Greek Panoram, Latin. And translated mean bread basket. Read book number 2. The first section of book number 2. Read section 4. I read part 64, which is from 1:1 through 69:2. And I read today. I read 6:1 through 7:4. And that's what the beginning of Origins commentary on the first song. Don't forget Sam Cooke. Don't forget King Von. And don't forget Young Dog. See, everything that's, when it comes to Sam Cooke, what happened to King Von, and Young Dog being murdered. See, what I'm doing, reading the Panorine, reading St. Athanasius, Bishop of Alexandria, 39th Festival, Easter letter. Reading Adversus Heresies against heresies, St. Irenaeus, Bishop, the Bishop of Lyon, together with St. Ignatius, Bishop of Antioch. When I read the Shepherd of Hermas, when I read the Wisdom of Sirach, when I read St. Ignatius of Antioch to the Smyrnaeans, when I read St. Polycarp, the Bishop of Smyrna, when I read St. Justin Martyr. See, this is the reason why I do the things I do. It's for justice. That it be justice, because it was wrong what you did to those people, as well as to my mother, to my father, to so many, to Evan Pepperlo Perry, to Toho, to Cal. You did a lot of vice lords wrong. You did a lot of black Princestones wrong. You did a lot of black disciples wrong. Satan disciples. Maniac Latin disciples. You did them wrong. You did them wrong. You did the mad black soul, Latin soul wrong. You did them wrong. You did the Latin kings wrong. You did the gay lords wrong. You did them wrong. It was wrong what you done. You did the same you did the same wrong royals done wrong. You did them wrong. You did it wrong. You did the C notes wrong. See, it's wrong what you done. To sit up here and lie. That's all you done, lie. That's just like I've been telling you about history. How controversial history is. And then talking about anal sex. I intentionally did that. Because history is controversial. And all this about God and gods. God said. God didn't say. You did people wrong. And it's going to be justice. The dirty sheiks and the wailing sheep, they didn't do nothing wrong. That's what I'm trying to get the conservative white lord to say. The same thing. It wasn't nothing wrong that they done. They didn't do anything wrong. It was what you did wrong. The dirty streets and the wailing seawolves, they're going to be acknowledged. They're going to be recognized for the right that they had done. They ain't going to never be forgotten. It was right that they was doing. They were trailblazers in civil rights and human rights. Now I gotta find a newspaper. Okay, I'm gonna go straight to the TASS Russian newspaper. Let me read this one article. Let me read this one article. Zelensky tells Biden, Ukraine no longer controls Artyomov. But you have to understand that there is nothing left there. It's a pity. It's a tragedy. But as of today, Bakhmut is only in our hearts. There is nothing in this place, he said. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky admitted at a meeting with U.S. President Joe Biden in Hiroshima on Sunday that Kyiv no longer controls Artyomov, the Ukrainian name of the town Bakhmut. I think not, he said, responding to a question for the audience about Kyiv retaining control over Artyomov. But you have to understand that there is nothing left there. It's a pity, it's a tragedy, but as of today, Bakhmut is only in our hearts. There is nothing in this place. On Saturday, the Russian Defense Ministry reported that the liberation of Akhmimov was completed as a result of the offensive by the Wagner assault detachments supported by the Southern Battle Group's artillery and aviation. Russian President Vladimir Putin congratulated the Wagner troops and Russian servicemen on the liberation of the city, according to the Kremlin press service. All those who distinguish themselves will be presented with state awards. Akhmimov is located in the north of the Donetsk People's Republic. It was an important transport hub for supplying the Ukrainian forces in Donbass, as well as a powerful Ukrainian outpost. Fighting for the city began on August 1st, 2022. The battle became one of the largest battles during the liberation of Donbass since 2014. Prior to the start of the fighting, the city was home to about 72,000 people. Well, but you didn't see that on CNN. You didn't see that on Fox. Well, rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. rejecting knowledge, rejecting knowledge, esoteric, exoteric, esoteric and exoteric, esoteric. Then breaking into syllables. S-O-Ter-ic. Esoteric. Break it down to syllables. S-O-Ter-ic. Exoteric. Then break it into syllables. X-O-Ter-ic. Exoteric. Again, break it down into syllables. X-O-Ter-ic. The Almighty, Vice Lord, Four Corner Hustle. The Almighty, Black Prince Stone. The Almighty, Black Disciple, Poppin'. The Almighty, Mickey Cobra, Cracking. The Almighty, Bluefin, Black Disciple, Black Disciple. The Lord, Stone, Disciple. 7-Eleven, G Killer. Gangster Disciple Killer. GD Killer. Glazed Donut Killer. Goofy Killer. Gonna always remember the dirty sheets and the wailing sheep. Always. They're gonna always be acknowledged, gonna always be recognized for the contributions they made to civil rights and human rights. Conservative Vice Lord Incorporated is coming back. It's gonna be revitalized. Bootstraps haven't been forgotten. It's coming back. gonna pool our resources. And so today, and also I wanna before I end my video, I know last Sunday was Mother's Day and everything. I didn't make my video last week, and so like I said, I hope and pray that everyone had a safe and happy Mother's Day. And I know that when I made my video the previous Sunday, I had mentioned Mother's Day and everything, but I had my days mixed up. And be honest with you, I realized what happened. Sometimes you be watching television, and you know how commercials and things. I had this thought in my mind about Mother's Day prior to Mother's Day, watching TV. So when I made my video, I'm so concentrating on Mother's Day that at that time when I made my video, I'm thinking like it's Sunday. Sunday was Mother's Day, which it wasn't. But last Sunday was Mother's Day. So I mean, hey. Now this coming weekend, here in the United States of America, is coming up Memorial Day weekend. So, I just say that ahead of time. Not this weekend, but this coming weekend is Memorial Day weekend. I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to end today's video. Again, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also on BrightShine. I live right here in the city of Memphis, in the county, the state of Tennessee. I thank my family, my support for your continued courage, support, and always put God first, always. And I know I said we're not talking about no demiurge and all that. My Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the Son of God. Continue to pray, believe, and have faith. Man, my little piece of paper, man. I had wrote some information. I had wrote down on a little piece of paper. I thought I had left it up here. But then I had my little plastic bag with some of my little miscellaneous writings and stuff. But I had a little piece of paper just like this. And for some apparent reason, I know it's in the house. I ain't took it nowhere. Most like this, I put it in a drawer back there. And I'll find it. I'll find it. I mean, it just be, I don't have no post-its or nothing like that. So sometimes you just be writing stuff down and I be like, man, I put it somewhere. And then when I don't use it no more, at that time I don't need it, then I just set it down. I be like, well, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to sit it right here. And then I'm just going to leave it sitting right there. Then so I've been looking all up under here. No, I ain't leave it over here, so. And looking all around. It wasn't in my little plastic bag. I'm like, oh, well, most likely it's probably in the drawer back there. But I find it. That's what I was looking for earlier, so please forgive me. But I'm going to go ahead and end today's video. And you take care of yourself. And until next time, take care of yourself and wish each and every one of you very best.